Alrighty, hello everybody, hope we're all doing well. Having a good day so far. Let's jump straight into it. It's a good old-fashioned loading bar right there. December 6th, 1998.
The plane that crashed last night just outside of Pittsburgh is now known to be based on the
Hey Trinity, how's it going? Welcome. Hope you're doing well.
And heavy winds played a significant role in the crash. On board were multiple family members, including corporate president Carl Roottrees and his daughters, the Roottrees sisters, best known for their fashion lines and modeling careers. There were no survivors. Again, for those of you just joining,
I do like my no-knee TVs.
The Roottrees are dead.
I know it's late, but I'm guessing you've seen the news. In addition to dealing with the grief, the Roottrees company's lawyers are scrambling. Everything's about to change. Anyone proven to be a blood relative is about to get much richer. I'm here to ensure everyone is accounted for.
Okay, I don't know who you are, but alright.
I've heard you're an expert at sorting out complicated family trees. A genealogy genie, as it were.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. A little bit better?
I'm going to give you a quick test. Pass, and I can promise you the job of a lifetime.
Okay. It's because the background music is stupidly loud. I don't want to skip, I want to get to the options. Is there evidence? Alright, I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm going to turn it down until we can get somewhere where I wonder if I can do it here. Okay. Music volume. I think I want the game about there. This is probably about right for music. All right. The person who hired you gave you this photo with a note attached. This was taken during the shoot for the Roottrees Sisters Got Milk ad. I've tracked down a test photo from before they painted the fake mustaches on, which I thought would be more appropriate considering the circumstances. The ad's copy reads, "You might recognize our faces from the magazine you're reading, or you might recognize our name from the candy bar you're eating. Being a Roottrees is a full-time job, but so is growing up. Also, I hope you can't hear there's a horrible background noise I just cannot get rid of for the life of me, and I'm just hoping it doesn't come through on stream too badly." I wonder if it's this. Didn't have that running yesterday. No, that made no difference whatsoever. I'm going to turn it back on. Plus, you can't make chocolate without it. Hey, LP, thank you very much for the resub. It is very much appreciated. And I hope you're doing well. Alright, this list was provided to you by the mysterious person who showed up at your door. You'll need it for the following tree. Okay, I'm seeing a lot of Roottrees names. Oh, for a while there. Okay, I can highlight things. Oh wait, did we get the... No, we didn't get the name of the sisters here. do. Well, there's it. All right. Welcome to the Information Superhighway. Thanks for purchasing a new Cashew PC. Your PC is equipped with a 56K modem, which is fast enough to access any site on the World Wide Web, even those with high-resolution images. I beg to differ. Even at 56K, you're waiting a while to see those boobies. I mean, whatever images you'd be looking for. If you find anything interesting, be sure to print it out with your included high-end color laser printer, or burn a music CD to listen to later. Ooh. If you want to revisit a search result, be sure to use Netscape Explorer's new history feature. Happy surfing, and remember, Cashew PCs are delicious. Cashew PCs are inedible. Do not try to eat your computer. Alright. Spider search. You can create those quickly by highlighting the text. Alright, so... about the plane crash, besides that, there are countless advertisements and conversations about the various products made by the Roottrees Candy Company. Most articles mentions Carl Roottree, who was the president of the Roottrees Candy Company. His daughters are also eulogized, collectively referred to as the Roottrees sisters. Okay, so we know Carl Roottree is the dad. We're only interested about the sisters, I guess. Okay, so siblings are in birth order, so we don't know that. If I was going to do this... Hang on. Okay, yeah, so youngest is down the bottom. Just based on pictures, I'd probably do them... like that, but that's probably wrong. How's it going, Tiny? How's it going, Trunks? I hope you're doing well and are having a good day so far. Alright, we didn't get a list of names. Oh, okay, I think I just went on to the ended up on the just mail section somehow last. Oh, because I went down the bottom looking for Roottrees. I didn't realize it was separated like this. Okay, so some of these are going to be them. So let's start with Candy, I guess. Am I spelling Roottree correctly? Okay, that's a good start. I can do it from here. Okay. I wonder if he expects me to put them in the order. That it's from in here for it to work. Let's try that. Yes. Okay. Siri, you're about as good as modern day Google. Gotcha. Oh dear. There's been a lot of slaps, a lot of hammer times. But yeah, I hope everyone is doing well. I hope you're all having a good day so far. There are a lot of results for Roottrees, extremely popular candy products. Was founded by Elias Roottree shortly after he married his wife Gwyneth. His family owned a small farm. For reasons not explained in the page, it has no CEO, no stockholders, instead it's run by a president, with input and votes from extended family. This site does mention that every president has been a direct descendant of Elias and Gwyneth, including Carl Roottree, who despite his death is listed as the current president. I mean, he only died like 2 seconds ago. And the products that put them on the map were 5 pieces, maple candies with 5 different flavors that are dipped in a your head hurts from too much screen time. Also, the work exams suck. You sprained your wrist, Tiny? Oh, no. No, I still can't use the toilet at my house, no. They did, funnily enough, ask me to go in and fix it this morning, and I told them to fuck off. The sister company, simply titled Root, specialized in children's clothing. The primary models for Root are the Roottree sisters. Right. Oh, the period is part of the name. Okay. Okay, so we now know the names. Riley, Rose, or Rihanna. Oh my god, they've all got bloody... They all start with R's. Oh dear. With old lay rental bathroom right to restored. What do we want? The ability to poop. When do we want it? Really, right now. It's quite desperate. Alright, seems the Roottrees sister mother and Root's head design appeared on one cover holding a daughter Rose in 1985. Okay, I'm going to say this is probably in age order then. Oh no, it's not. Rihanna's appeared on almost all of them, so maybe in reverse order? I feel like I should be making notes. Got any shoes? Yeah, I hope everyone is doing well. I says this was the only time her daughter was ever listed with a birth name Carly Roottrees. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so you can kind of leave notes like that. We also need to know the occupations as well. So that's that. Okay. Don't want any hints. That just takes me to my house for unknown reasons. Alright, so let's see if we can do I do not like the typing sound. Okay, your search history, your web search is trash. 98 was Google around by then? Oh dear. You discover through page it lists common trick questions. The answer to what are the first names of the famous Roottrees girls lists the answer Ryan, Carly, and Riley. Especially the answer states that Rose was originally born Carly Rose Roottrees. Apparently her parents had planned to name a son Carl Roottrees, but after finding out they were having a second daughter, they killed Carly. Sometime in the early 90s, and now preteen Carly strongly expressed a dislike that the sisters had names, and she was the odd one out. That's when she began to go by her middle name. A spider is I'm trying to remember what search engine I used. There was Alta Vista, but there was one before that I used before Google came along and just monopolized the whole fucking thing. I mean, obviously there were bulletin boards before that, but
go ahead, make my day.
I do remember Ask Jeeves. I think it would have been before. Like, Ask Jeeves, I think, was a competitor to like early Google, Yahoo, and Alta Vista. There was one before all three of those, and I just cannot remember what it was called for the life of me. And how's it going, Rydog? I hope you're doing well. All right, so we know Carly is... Well, Carly or Rose is the middle child. We're doing it. We're not doing it quickly, but we're doing it. All right, so what can we find out about... Absolutely nothing. No, those don't ring a bell either. Oh, web crawler. Oh, this search engine may be based off web crawler. Yeah, that's a good point. All right, so we're not finding anything specific for these incredibly free famous people. Seemingly created by a teenager. It's neon pink with purple text. Did I do this website? These are probably the websites I was making in '98. What would have been my web persona in '98? I think that's probably when I said I lived on the Mir space station. Can't remember why. Rihanna is the most famous because she's the oldest and got married to TMS. Okay, we don't know who TMS is, but we now know the oldest is Rihanna. Or Raina, however the fuck you want to say that. So you've got to be... Riley. And then... TMS. He must have taken... Oh, there's a Thomas Sheridan. TMS is a common abbreviation for early 90s teen heartthrob Tommy Mark Sheridan. His first credit... Okay, so then... We have no idea what any of them done, really. Do I have choices? Okay, I do. Also have no idea if these pictures are in the right order. Jump station sounds like a shop. Wanted to be cool. All right. After a strong engagement, they married in '97 when she was only 19 and he was 23. Oh, actually, no, that wouldn't have been scandalous in '98. Would be scandalous now. Yeah, we know they're models, but are they really models? But Riley is a smart man. Rose is a middle child like me. Just because they are models, but the dad, yeah, okay, looks like they are models. Figure out what's incorrect. I'm going to guess it's the pictures. Where can I go to look at the picture as a whole? Now, do you reckon they just stand in the right order? So it's normally... No, that's still incorrect. These 3 entries are correct and have been logged. I'm sure there probably was a way other than just guessing which one was which, but... Oh, she's back.
Sorry to test you, but I had to be sure you could use the internet. Some folks refuse to get with the times. Safe to say, you're hired.
Just because I can use the internet. Oh, yeah.
The reward for untangling the family tree is substantial. Life-changing, even. But here's the catch.
You've got 48 hours, and if you don't do it, I kill you.
The Roottrees go way, way back.
Okay,
the
no,
family
it's just a
tree's
lot of
a bit
work.
daunting. Most people freak out the first time they see the whole thing. But I'm sure you'll be fine. The man who started it was particular about whom he considered family. For your purposes, you only need his direct blood relatives.
Okay.
Anyone related only by marriage is optional, but filling them in can lead to useful discoveries.
Yeah, goddamn optional spouses.
Lastly, you now have access to some unique websites, plus a list of notable Roottrees. Notable people are easy to find via your search engine, and marked with stars on the family tree. I'm off for now. Carl Roottree had a lot in his office. I'll look for anything useful. I'll return once you identify 6 more blood relatives.
Okay. Oh. Are you back already?
Sorry, one last thing. This might sound odd, but if anyone else claiming to represent the Roottrees reaches out, I'd appreciate you not mentioning I was here. Thank you, and good luck.
I mean, now I'm just highly, highly suspicious, but that's fine. I need 3 more correct blood relatives before they will lock in. Oh, how do I move? Oh, I see. There are many Eliases. Trixie Hobbitses. Miracle Jr. Alright. Any entry in the family tree that belongs to someone on this list will be marked with a star. Notable root trees will be crossed out after they are verified and locked. Easy to find online. Okay. This is an advertisement for 5 pieces aimed at kids from the magazine Teen Blast. It mentions that the 5 pieces were named as such because the original creator had 5 children. The ad also mentions that the current 5 flavors are not the same as back then. So they're not all cocaine. I don't know why you're saying 11 on you. Learn about intuition. Power plum, awesome apple, bad blue raspberry, cool chocolate, and so strawberry? Come on. Super strawberry at least, right? Not just so strawberry. Fucking hell. Cocaine, nicotine, and peppermint gum. I don't want to click on this. I mean, we will eventually, but... the Roottrees sisters and the parents died in a plane crash on December 6, 1998. The next evening, a shadowy figure appeared at your door and said the lawyers were looking to sort out the family tree. After a quick test, the figure gave you access to some resources, including a list of notable Roottrees, blah, blah, blah. They said they would return. Okay. This is the story so far. All right. Elias Roottree was the founder and first president of the Roottree Candy Company. You find what's essentially a propaganda site about him created by the Roottree Candy Company. At the top, there's a picture of him and his wife, Gwyneth. That picture has been added to your evidence. There's also a biography section that has some additional information. Elias is credited for inventing 5 pieces of popular maple candy. Before that, the farm he inherited by marrying his wife only produced syrup. After 5 pieces became widely successful, Elias spent his time and energy on cementing his reputation as a family man. He is quoted on the site saying blood is thicker than syrup. I hate this guy. And that any child linked by blood to me shall be linked by blood to my legacy. The site enthusiast, unless I'm a root tree and I'm going to get an inheritance, then I love this guy. The site enthusiastic claims that he made good on that promise, but offers no additional details. There are a few more quotes from Elias from a book called Family Man, The Root Tree Legacy by Bess Williams. To say they are biased is a massive understatement. Below that, there's a long list of compliments and awards, and one which stands out. Like his great-grandson Carl, Elias was voted Watchman of the Year. Oh, I can search periodicals now. Business Watch magazine is a magazine focused on companies, CEOs, and the economy. They have been around for over 100 years in one form or another and will often write about major changes in management at famous companies. Every year they offer an award to a prominent businessman who has furthered the field. They call this Watchman of the Year. You find a few searches that too. Yeah, Elias and Carl. Business Watch does not host any online archive on any site you can find via spider search, so you may be able to find individual articles and issues for your periodical search. Alright, I can print things as well. Oh, we got access to the public library as well. Oh, right. Sorry, I didn't realise how your thing worked. Okay. We've got some more evidence. No, evidence. There we go. That is more or less exactly what I thought he was going to look like, honestly. Elias Roottrees. Elias has a daughter. The first of 5 children. 4 more follow, leading to 5 pieces. Each of the 5 flavors is chosen based on the initials of his 5 children. 1 flavor per child. Okay. Go away. 5 pieces the first hold in Pittsburgh. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so I think he's just going to be just Elias Roottree. Oh, right. I forgot I had to click on the faces individually. This is a famous picture of Elias and Gwyneth Roottrees. It was taken in 1909. But for success, what you found searching the internet, it seems quite difficult to find any site about Elias or Gwyneth that isn't accompanied by this picture. Elias and Gwyneth are on the notable Roottrees list. Okay. Before the person who hired you returns. Okay. Okay, so we don't know if it's Madsen or Anderson. Okay, I can't do it. So we go to the names list. What was the other one? Anderson or something? Okay, so this really is just for books. We did hear about that book. But I honestly forgot the author's name. Did I put it in my notes? I did not. Alright, so we got some more Madsons. No more Andersons, which means I'm leaning more towards the Anderson. And anything else? She's definitely a Gwyneth, right? Not a Gwendolyn or anything like that. Yeah, no, definitely Gwyneth. And then we all... Oh, though, I guess we don't know on which... We know that somewhere... No, hang on. Son, grandson, great-grandson. Somewhere down this level, there's got to be Carl. Ah, was Carl the father of the children? Yes. And his wife is Brenda. Oh. And then you'd imagine he was the first, second, third, fourth president? I know that for sure. And then that's the only Brenda we can find, so I'm going to assume that is your spouse. Not sure about the job. Alright, we need to try and find out some more about what's the name of that book? Let's throw that over there. If we search for the first Anderson Maple Farm. Okay, so she is Anderson. Don't know what her job necessarily is or was. Alright, so we do know that is true. Okay, looks like she was just a housewife. I did not mean that to sound as disrespectful as maybe it came out. Every time we get free, okay, so I'm pretty sure those two are correct. I'm hoping it's not going to force me to use just a specific picture when I've got multiples. Like it may want me to use that one for Elias. All right. Carl's wife Brenda was a fashion consultant. Okay. Okay. If I just do a... I know he was president, but I don't necessarily know which number. The accountants advertising, blah, blah, blah. Martin Carl, who was president of the Roottrees Candy Company. I mean, I'm pretty sure this is the only thing I don't know about you. So what if you're... I mean, you're probably the last, so you're probably the fifth. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Other notable Roottrees. So this would be what, Carl's cousin down here? Go away. That would have been too easy. All right. What they called 5 pieces. Let's just look up 5 pieces. You know, the 5 pieces are kind of although they're no longer coming to the product. States change over the years over the 5 flavors, but the shape and combination remain consistent. There's also a history print advertising website that claims to have a 5-piece advertisement scan from a book called The Sweet History of Candy Volume 2. Alright, author name. Yeah. A book series about all things candy in the modern world. It starts in 1925. Continues onward. Bookends are look. It includes some print advertising for a newspaper ad for 5 pieces from the 1930s. Go away. Okay, so the original flavors were grape, elderberry, cinnamon extract, melon, and miracle berry. The Roottrees are a proud family business and the flavors inspired by our children. All right, so G is probably a Gwyn or Gwen or one of those. E is going to be an Elias. CE, you'd imagine, would be fairly easy to find on the list of names. I mean, there's one just called Candy, for Christ's sake. Okay, so that, Clancy Edward. And again, we'll go on a little bit of, and then there's a whole Miracle family as well. But if we assume, and we probably shouldn't, that these are in birth order, again, they're probably not. He would be the 3rd child. which would put him here. And then what? Miracle was the last one, right? Once you verify this person, you'll be able to something. All right. We're getting there. We're getting there. It was very unlikely. What is their candy company called? There's 5 flavors because the original inventor had 5 kids. Alright, so let's see. You find some information on the website about old films that are not yet available on VHS. Do I want to know what Gwyn Roottrees was into? The site is not very well organized and the search is broken, but you can get individual pages from your search engine. Gwyn Roottrees is a somewhat well-known actress who was active in the 1950s. She often appeared in tabloids, especially around the time of a highly publicized divorce. Her biggest role was in the minor hit movie Guys Like Us. She left Hollywood after the flop of Christmas Mission. There's a widely circulated picture of Gwyn from behind the scenes in one of her movies, which you've added to evidence. Gwyn was the granddaughter of Elias Roottree. She shouldn't have been named Roottree, but her father took her mother's famous name, which was quite rare in those days. Okay, interesting. Should I be trying to organize my hints in some kind of useful order? Probably, but that's not me. Now, I think almost all of them had kids, right? Okay, but she is notable. Could be that one, could be this one. This one seems to end. Oh, split up. That's going to be the divorce. Okay, so you're going to be... Oh, I need to find the picture of you. Do I start making sense now? She shouldn't have been named Roottree, but her father took her mother's famous name. Did we learn who you divorced in that search? You come across mention of a marriage to Wild Bill Williams. Wild Bill Williams was a leading man in some non-notable movies in the 1950s. He appeared in an adventure movie called Fortune Favors the Grave, which is yet to be released for home audiences. So you don't find any additional information about the film. He's known for his good looks and Oscar romances, particularly with blondes. He was married 4 different times to 4 different actresses. There's a famous Hollywood rumor that he even approached Marilyn Monroe at a party and that she was already aware of his reputation. Wild Bill grew up in Paris, France. Of course he did. Bill or William? He wouldn't have been a Roottree though. I've forgotten his surname already. Williams. We have no Williamses here. We may be able to find some more about those films, assuming that... Yeah, there's no Williams there, so we need to find his name somewhere. And she was an actor. Okay. Would help if I spelled it correctly. You find a website for the Miracle Network, a production company run by the Miracle Roottrees estate. It's quite bare bones, but has the following blurb. Witness the testimonies of the Miracle's Roottree. Miracle Roottree arrived so late in his mother's life that doctors swore he wouldn't survive his first year. His mother and father, Elias and Gwyneth, named him Miracle because they thought him impossible. He was younger than his brothers and sisters by over 14 years. With a birth that late, the final child of his generation was nearly torn apart by countless health problems, but still, with the power of God on his side, he persevered. He triumphed over these complications and even regained his sight to spread the healing word of the Almighty. 23 years later, Miracle Roottree Jr. arrived and became the famous family's second vessel for the higher power. Okay, so the religious nuts. At 18, he unburdened himself from the Roottree name and took his father's testimony to a whole new level. Via the power of television, Miracle Jr. spread the gospel across the entirety of New England. He has since left the life of glamour and glitz behind to reach those places that need it most. The power of the Lord coming to a town near you. Below the blurb is a fly about the tour, which is in your evidence. Okay. Witness the power of the Lord in the Summer 96 Three Generations of Miracles tour, featuring testimony from world famous Miracle Jr. and special appearance from Miracle Roottree in his 68th year on God's earth. Children, now welcome. Celebrate with your pastor Miracle Third and his wife Nicole. All right, you have to imagine that's a picture of old man Miracle, and this is Miracle Jr. the Third, right? Oh no, hang on. There's meant to be 3 generations here, and there's only 2 photos. All right. All right. I mean, if he's meant to be the youth part, I'm trying to work out if this is meant to be like a young picture of the old. Hang on, Miracle. There's too many miracles here. That's got to be Miracle Jr. I think that's got to be Miracle the Third, and I don't think we've got a picture of Miracle in there. And I don't know which side any of these would go down. So do we have like priest or okay, preacher? This has got to be Miracle the Third. How many Nicoles do we have? Nicole Smith? Just says Nicole. Does backseat do nothing now? I probably should have fixed that before playing a game like this, but it's fine. I think everybody here knows the rules. Alright, we were doing... Okay, so nothing new on there. And then I got slapped day. I see how it is. I see how it is. Alright, who else is on the list of notable root trees? A Lucius Herring root tree, aka Red, I understand why you took that name, was an appointed judge and politician who earned his nickname ironically because he was the ambassador to Ireland for only about 6 days. Okay. He served what some people contend is the shortest term in history. A few days after he was appointed, he was heard disparaging his position and the Irish people. He then tried to run for state senate. He claimed to be related to the Roottrees Candy Company in a newspaper ad, but it came out that the last name was merely a coincidence, and he was defeated in a landslide. Okay, so are you on the family tree? Gonna be this guy. No, because you're notable. But the coincidence side of thing would indicate that you're not actually related to anyone. Okay, interesting. Okay, this now has a line next to him and a bomb. I don't know what that means. Okay, yes, we know about you. So I'm assuming the red herring is to tell you that I think he is going to be this guy here. What was his name? He may not even be on the list as a name, actually. Okay. I think that probably is him, though, right down there. So then who's next? Jim. James Roottrees is a singer who sings in the duo Jim and Diamond with his wife Diamond LaRoe. The duo, according to many sources you find, is considered a one-hit wonder due to the disco song Rolling On Down to the City. It's now in your evidence folder. Oh, can I listen to it? Although Jim writes the majority of his songs, plays the guitar and often sings, Diamond is considered by fans to be the band's lead singer. The band never had another hit, but has its fans who refer to themselves as Diamond's Dazzlers. The rest of their music is more folksy and acoustic than the one song they were known for. Jim and Diamond have continued to release music through the 80s and early 90s. Other albums you find mentioned are Cherry Tree and Sound of Laughter. Jim has become a bit of a recluse and he hasn't made a public appearance since 1996. Okay. Hey, cheers for the alert, Rhino. All right. just brings up the same thing. That is a very, very disco album cover, and I like it. Only the great grandson of Elias Roottrees could make disco this sweet. Okay. Top 20 hit for a few weeks. According to the liner notes, it satirizes how a part of society was content to remain indifferent to economic inflation and civil unrest in the Middle East, and as pop culture tricked them into caring. Somewhat ironically, listeners didn't seem to pay attention to the lyrics enough to trick them into caring. Instead, most of its play came from roller discos. It doesn't get much to play anymore, even stations play oldies. This image from an auction for a sealed copy. It has a sticker that says only the great grandson of Elias Roottrees can make disco this sweet. It is credited to Peter Janowitz from MMM. Probably going to have to look up what it is. The lyrics of this song contain no clues. Okay, so he is another great grandson. So son, grandson, great grandson. Who is notable. So it has to be him. Singer? No. Pop star? Musician? Alright, I think that is correct. So then, who is... No, wrong list. Author Lauren Roottrees, a distant relative of the Roottrees sisters, is known for her book A Life Between Wars. I'm probably going to need to remember that. According to the website about famous authors, in the early 60s, Lauren released a few romance novels under her married name, Lauren Rafferty. Okay. When a publisher learned she had been keeping diaries about her famous family, they insisted she release them under her original name to take advantage of her family's notoriety. The selection of diary entries released in 1965 as A Life Between Wars spouts on the untimely death of her husband in World War II, to coping with the post-war world as a young widow and mother, as well as her perspectives on changing times and socialities all the way through to the entry into Vietnam. While the content is not considered particularly relevant to modern audiences, it's found new life as an exercise in high school English classes to show an evolution in writing style and for a look into life in previous generations. After the success of her diaries, her publisher re-released her romance novels under the name Lauren Roottrees. This included Romance in Court, which gained popularity. She followed the re-release up by writing 2 new sequels, creating what fans refer to as the Court Jester series. You find no recent details about Lauren, but she's listed as retired. Okay, we're going to have to probably look at most of these books. What was that pop up that went across the bottom then? That's just a little teaser for when I finally get duplicate prints ready to actually put out. And I'll update it when it actually goes somewhere. That's a book I'm writing at the moment. Okay, so let's look up. It seems you've hit the jackpot here. This is a book occasionally taught in schools. You can find a hardcover edition for students that has full-page, high-quality pictures in it. A summary of the contents of the book, photos, as well as some particularly relevant entries from your diary have been added to your evidence. Okay, what was her other book called, though? Romance in Court. Romance novel, the Battle for Blood mentions she had the inspiration of one of her brother Clancy's lectures on Middle Ages. Okay, she's got a brother called Clancy. We know a Clancy. Oh dear. You thought it was part of the game and got you confused? Alright, so you got to imagine that's Lauren. And that's whoever the husband is. The book was published in 1956 and consists of diary entries that stretch from 1965. My God, I dyslexics the hell out of that. The most important event that much of the diary Lauren's thoughts revolve around was the loss of her husband, Jacob. Jacob died in the final months of World War II while Lauren was pregnant. This left her to raise her son, Clark, alone. Lauren never remarried and only had one child. She was the granddaughter of Elias and Gwyneth on her father's side. Oh, are they splitting them out like that? No. Right, she was married, only had one child, so... No, hang on, she was the granddaughter, right? Yeah. She'd be down a level. Okay, and she's no... Oh, you also only had one child. Although your dad wasn't Miracle, your dad's was... Okay, it's going to be you, because your dad was Clancy. Hello, mystery lady.
You're on a roll. I'll try to keep that momentum going. Carl's office was a mess, thanks to some burst pipes. But I unearthed a photo from a 1970s Roottrees reunion. I also found some important-looking papers. You've traced 9 blood relatives so far. I'll have more to share after you find 9 more.
Okie doke. Look at my Riot Guild poster. And the Mountjoys. I know. How do I get back to... Okay, so what new evidence did we find? Have internal shorthand names for the different generations of the family. Lauren uses them often 5 pieces. The 5 generation children by Gwyneth Elias. Lauren's father was in that generation, we know that. The next generation and the free spirits. Including her son, who was called Clark. She did take the name Rafferty at some point, right? I'm not making that up. Yeah. Don't forget, family trees use surnames from birth, even if the person changed their last name after marriage. Always use a person's most recent occupation. Okay. Do we know your husband's name? Jacob. Okay. Let's look at this new evidence. We got burst pipe. Sure, I believe it completely that you're breaking in or picking the locks. She's definitely suspicious. An entry on Lauren Roottrees' diary. This entry is focused specifically on one of Lauren's family members, Gwyn, who was on the notable Roottrees list. It seems everyone has something to complain about. Gwyn, as an only child, complained of loneliness. I told her that being expected to watch after 3 younger brothers didn't feel like a blessing, but it fell on deaf ears. During the summer where I went to stay with her and Aunt Margot, I hoped she would be the sister I never had and that I'd do the same for her. I even tried to dye my hair blonde to fit in with the two of them. What a mess, but she just complained to her I was the lucky cousin. Now she's off living the glamorous life while I'm stuck here with Clark. I must admit, seeing her everywhere contributes to my unhappiness. Her visage stares at me. Okay, so that is the Gwen we already know about then. And then you have to be some Margot? A Margalite root tree. Focus on the day her grandfather Elias announced he would step down as president of the Roottrees Candy Company in the meeting to determine his successor. Which had been a fly on the wall today. Clancy told me that everyone got quite heated. Granddad was furious none of his sons would take over as president, but that's what he gets for holding on to it so long. With architects, preachers, and lawyers, nobody got time for candy. So with the 5 pieces refusing to step up, it came down to us next gens. Bob argued at length that the company should stay with our branch of the family since we still have the Roottrees name. I'm not even sure Clancy would have wanted it, but he's the one who was volunteered. Instead, it ended up going to Zach. Even though his surname doesn't match the candy, okay, he's the firstborn son of the firstborn 5-piece. I'm not sure how that's relevant to running a company, but Grandad has always had very particular views when it came to his bloodline. I asked Clancy if it ever came up that a woman could take over. After all, Angie's older than Zach, and I'm the next oldest of us all, but he just laughed. I'll never forget the cuss words Pop used when he told Ma it wouldn't go to us. Mother, ever the quick-witted, counted back. Maybe they wanted it to go to the only member of the family who looks like he samples the product. Okay, so we've got a great big fat man. Okay. Okay, so none of these guys wanted it. We don't know what Margot did. We don't know what Clancy did yet, I don't think. You're not locked in. Maybe I've got you on the wrong level. So the second, third, fourth, and fifth president must all was. The fifth is on this level, but like second, at least second and third must be on this, like third level down here then. Because that's the 5 pieces, that's the next generation, and this is the 3 spirits. I mean, there's someone. Okay, you've also told me if these are in order. It's weird that you seem to refer. I think the fact that it's Clancy is right. And then I think Zach must be part of this line here then, rather than the kind of whole thing. And then that would put somebody called Angie. Well, we don't know about that. Zach is definitely the youngest. Ah, but Zach doesn't have the Roottrees name. Oh no, he's the firstborn son of the firstborn 5-piece, so he is. over here. Okay, we don't know which one. Wonder why it'd be Wilson's. That's going to be interesting to find out. Okay. Elias Ritchie given in to his wife and announced that Sam, an obscure relative, was to be included in family gatherings. Gwyneth had been pushing to include Sam for quite some time. Why Sam? I have many distant relatives I've never met. After all, Granny had sisters and Grandad had a brother too, but I was told trim their branches from the family tree. So why is Sam special? Nothing adds up, and I'm not the only one to realise. Angie summoned all the next gens to a secret meeting in Zach's office. Gwyn's in Paris, but the rest of us, including Miracle's boys, spent ages trying to unravel the mystery. I didn't recognize Sam at Uncle Junior's wedding to Patsy last. Oh my God, you're giving me so much information. I don't know where it all goes. At the reception, when I asked who Sam was, Pop touched me and said it was complicated. Clancy swore he saw Sam working alongside the farmhands, EC and John, when he used to drive past the old Anderson farm on his way to work. Upon hearing that, Zach checked the records and managed to confirm all three are on the books. Eli, Miracle's youngest, not my brother, even chimed in. Apparently, when he was riding his mini bike alongside the farm a few weeks ago, Sam gave him some old tools and told him how to make the bike's engine faster. None of us think that proper for a multitude of reasons, but Eli certainly seems thrilled. At the end of the day, nothing explains why an outsider has cozied into family affairs, especially one who works on the farm of all places. Whatever happened to blood is thicker than syrup? Why is Grandad making an exception now? Okay, so Sam is going to be some kind of bastard child on one side or the other. One of the final entries called Clark. Clark's getting married and, in my opinion, far too young. He's barely 18, for God's sake, and Danielle isn't much older. But openly confronting them would make me a hypocrite. After all, Jake and I got married at 16. Clark, like the rest of his generation, is a free spirit. What else do you call a group of kids growing up with more money than any one person can spend? I don't know, but I'd like to know. They all aspire to be musicians and artists and dancers and all sorts of nonsense, says the author. The only one who has any discipline is Carl, but that's because Pop forced Clancy to send him to the academy. Maybe I'm just getting old. Okay, so Pop has got to be Elias. Clancy, I'm pretty sure, is her dad, who she just calls Clancy, which seems really weird to me. Maybe I'm just getting old, but our generation was never so bad. My brothers all seem to pursue paths of knowledge, and the most rebellious thing any of us ever did was bring home someone who would be illegal to marry if we lived anywhere south of Pennsylvania. Pop seems to have gotten over it because Edward is set to take over his department once he retires. Interesting. And as for me, my first published book, Swashbuckle My Heart, is based on the pirate stories I used to invent with Jacob when we were walking in the woods after school. I think he'd be proud that Clark and I are carrying on his name. Even my cousins are doing well. Zach's not a bad president after all, and his sister seems to be doing a good job raising her twins. Gwyn is Gwyn, but at least she came out of the divorce with her head held high. She even told us she might come home next year so we can meet her kids. But the free spirits in any other family, they'd all end up in the streets, even Clark. All right, so Clark married somebody called Danielle. I only have one Danielle, so I'm going to assume it was her. Did we ever look up Clark Rafferty? A few fan sites for the band. Jim and Diamond seem to mention that he used to make music with Clark Rafferty. They mentioned an album called These Times. A band called C&J plus J&D released one single called These Times. Someone with the username XXX Diehard Dazzler XXX scanned the cover and noted that it cost him over $200 at auction. Apparently this was Jim Roottree and Diamond LaRose's first song together. He also mentions it's performed with Jim's cousin and Diamond's sister, and that it was only somewhat similar to Jim and Diamond's later works. You can't find anything else about the user, the band, or the single, so all this has to do is add the scan to your evidence. After a blazing fast 35-minute download, the track is also available. Okay. This is very much falling down a rabbit hole, the game. It really is, yeah. I'm not against it. These Times is an old single from folk group CJ and J&D. You have a scan of the album as well as a recording of the title track. Thanks for a collector. The website also lists songs credits as music and lyrics by Clark Rafferty and Jim Roottree. Backup vocals by La LaRuse. On it is a sticker that says folk style songwriting catchy. Who is this MMMM magazine? That's not the first time they've been mentioned. The lyrics of this song contain no clues. Life is life and love shall be, me for you and you for me. Some day will come, though, that this tree will be the last of what was we. With passing years all paths diverge, rivers rambling onward surge, on source behind old memories, but find their way to different seas. Someday these times will all be over. Dew dries on the morning clover. So take my hand beneath the tree and carve your name with me. These times are ours for free. We tell ourselves these stories old, oh my lord. Dwell on warmth, ignore the colder. Probably yearn for what could be, rose tinted by youth's memories. So act as though these times aren't fleeting. Love still flows, our hearts hard beating. For now, ignore fate's destiny. Two roads that crossed once at this tree. I agree, they don't seem to be. Oh, we can listen. Hey, good. How's it going? Welcome. Okay, this was buried under a ton of other mail that Carl left in his mail. But I mean, I guess I'll just grab the pictures. Okay, so this must be the one who married someone who would be illegal south of Pennsylvania. The handwritten note attached that seemed personal. It is a fly-by candidate for local office, Stephanie Jones. On the back is an excerpt from a newspaper article from the Butler County Times about a campaign. Stephanie may have grown up in an unconventional family, to say the least, but in her words, it was still for the love, and now 22 years later, with a baby of her own due around Christmas, her message for voters is simply, love is our future. Carl, I know we don't see eye to eye when it comes to the candy company, but if you could talk to your girls about putting out a statement supporting Stephanie, she could use the publicity your daughters bring. Don't let our conflict spread to the next generation. CM. Okay. Duh. No, wrong button. All right. We're getting a lot of information, but I really don't know where to put it yet. All right. More faces. Okay, so this has got to be... It's funny, had a note attached from your employer. Here's a bonus. When I pulled the water damage picture of the free spirits out of the frame, this fell out too. Written on the back of the photo is, couldn't make the reunion. Wishing you well from Paris, Gwyn and the boys. Okay, so that's got to be... Where are you? With your two boys. This is red herring, but we don't seem to be able to put his name down. And that's the divorce. Okay. This photo was tucked inside an envelope with a letter beneath a candle in the corner of his office. The letter says, to Carl and Brenda. So many names. Do we know Carl and Brenda? I'm sorry that you weren't able to attend the funeral. It's traditional to have it as soon as possible. And Ernie knew how busy your job can be. I've enclosed a Shiva candle identical to ours if you'd like to pay your respects, though it's not expected for those outside of the faith to do so. Ernie was a man full of love, not only for his family, but for his family's legacy. He had an immense amount of pride for the work you three did together, as well as how Carl has carried on for him after taking over. Okay, so Ernie may have been the fourth president. As for myself, it's impossible to express my gratitude enough for rescuing us from the panic and burden of endless bills. We called it too late for him to get on the donor list. The company took care of us beyond our wildest expectations. But Ernie knew it had to have been Carl that convinced the trust, and it was no coincidence that it happened shortly after your visit, Brenda. Up until the end, Ernie and I had to stay strong, especially for Nicole's sake. We could have never done that without the two of you fighting for us. All right. More pictures, more names. Oh, dear. All right. Lauren's diary contains some labeled pictures. This is the 5 pieces. Okay. All right. So that's got to be Miracle because he had a problem with his sight and he's the youngest. The picture was famous in the house. Pop even have it framed. That's him on the left. Okay, so that's Clancy. We know he wasn't the president, but we still don't know what he was, I don't think. It was taken out for Dice Spender to move to the new warehouse that Eli Jr. designed. Well, you've got to be Eli Jr. in the middle, unless that's your wife. Andy and I both wanted to be in the photo since Miracle was in it, and the 3 of us were all about the same age. We were told only the 5 pieces. Okay, so these are the original children. All right. Which really didn't go over so well, to say the least. Eventually, I suppose at the tantrums, they posed us in front of the camera with Mr. Morden, who was there with Aunt Gwendolyn. I found out years later that they never even took a second photo. That sounds like family for you. All right, now there's no reason to assume they're in any order. Lawrence Roottrees Jr.'s name is listed on the website about historical buildings in Butler County. He's listed alongside an old residence that's been preserved called Hunched-Top House. You don't find more information about the man and the building, but come up empty. All right, only have business watch. Okay. This photo is a note attached from your employer. Every 20 or so years, the Roottrees would hold a big reunion and recreate an old family photo. This is the one from the 70s, and Carl's the teenager in the middle. Okay, so that's Carl. I also recognize these as miracles, I think, although I don't know which ones. Sorry about the water damage. A pipe burst in Carl's office. On the back of the photo in childish print writing, it says November. There are also large numbers of cursive signatures. They include Bonnie, next President Guy Hudson, Ernie Jr., Caroline, Gwyneth M., Gwendolyn, Miracle Jr., Jim Roottree, Clark Carl, and Eli M. Well, let's just get rid of my face then. There we go. Okay, so we know they're all in there, but we don't know who they are. Apart from him, who I'm pretty happy is... I mean, I'm assuming he's the teenager in the middle. which would make that you. Alright. Lord of Tariq thanks to labeled pictures. This is the next generation, which is an attempt to recapture the spirit of the 5 pieces photo of our generation. For old time's sake, we gathered on the warehouse floor. I wanted Eli to stand all the way on the left, since to me he looked a lot like Pop did in the old one, but I was outvoted by my brothers. They insisted the 4 of us stand together, and so we clumped up in the middle and let everyone filter in behind and in front of us. The only one too good to make an appearance was Gwyn. Grandma insisted we include Sam, even if we didn't want to. None of us understood why, including Sam. I also don't think if Miracle made it in, since he's technically a 5-piece. Okay, so you have to imagine that's Miracle there. I guess my inner child still holds a grudge even after all these years. I think Zach was meant to be the big fat one. All right. No, wrong list. Any more notable Roottrees? Miracle Jr. Miracle Jr. doesn't go by his full name in promotional materials. Instead, he has shortened it to Miracle Jr. Miracle Jr. is a televangelist who is part of the Miracle Network. He used to have a show that aired on local access across many stations in the northeastern United States. According to a website called Clergy Watch, he was exposed and subsequently charged with conspiracy to defraud the public in 1979 when he claimed to heal someone in a wheelchair. A news expose revealed it was his wife Edith's sister in a disguise. The author also mentions that Edith had a bit of a checkered past herself, but doesn't clarify. He has since lost his television show and instead goes on tour across the southern United States, where he was not well known before the scandal. Oh, what a lovely sounding guy. All right, can't remember, although we will know. Although again, I wouldn't know where to put them. Okay, this has got to be Miracle Jr. here then. Is televangelist on here? No, I'm going to say preacher again then. And your spouse is called Edith. Is that enough? Is there only one Edith? Edith Jacobson. I probably do have a picture of you somewhere, but I won't have picked it out yet. You're also a preacher. Do I know who your spouse is yet? Don't think so. Yeah, I'm just talking about Michael Jr. Okay. So Miracle Jr. is on. I have to imagine that's him. So he would also be in this one. But he's not listed here. Imagine that would be him there. Okay, that definitely says Eli on it. So we know he's an Eli. So that's going to be Eli M. Once we work out where the fuck he goes in the puzzle. Keep on clicking the wrong buttons. I'm going to say... We did the things. All right. I haven't seen any mention of you having a second fucking son other than bloody Miracle, but it's got to be there somewhere. All right. So we need to find out about... we've already tried, haven't we? All right, when you said there was a picture of... yeah, because we know where you are. I have no idea.
Hello!
Hey, Owen. You're going to have to rewatch this stream in detail and recreate a mental model of that corkboard. So... what's going to be the easiest way to try and move this forward? Unknown is not correct, but all right, did I miss? Let's start reading through these again. These seem to be like the Gwen is an only child who I'm pretty sure is you. Yes, you're an only child. And you had kids. We know you had 2 kids. That's what we expected to watch after 3 younger brothers didn't feel like a blessing. Okay, so then we also know everyone on here has got to be a man. During the summer I went to stay with her and Aunt Margot. I hope she'd be the sister I never had. You tried to dye your hair blonde. Okay, we know that. We know about Clark. Did we lock Clark in? No, because we don't know. Well, one of these has to be Clark. It's got to be one of these 2 here. And the other one is Jim. You'd imagine Jim would be the older one. I don't think he's going to end up being a musician for the entire time. MMM is an abbreviation for Modern Music Monthly, a magazine from the 40s to the early 80s. It went out of business due to high competition for much more major publications. Okay, we now have a second periodical. A review and interview from the 1979 titled A Reluctant Hitmaker, Jim goes into his first band. Diamond Iron CJ with my cousin and his ex. Does that make sense? Cousins? Yes, cousins. An ex would make sense. Because, yeah, they're the... Was it CD and CJ? Now, does C and J make sense? Oh, yeah, that's J and D. No, that's... not too sure about that. Clark never knew his father, which makes sense. So our grandpa insisted he spend time with my dad and me. As a result, Clark and I grew up like brothers. Diamond and Jane, on the other hand, are actually sisters. No, there's going to be like a Jane Diamond? Oh, you're locked in. Maybe I'm wrong about you. Oh, no, that makes sense, right? No, it doesn't. So the four of us had sort of a cutie family band thing going on. Not a finest hour regardless. When Diamond walked in on Clark in bed with her younger sister, everything exploded. No more family band. The only thing Clark and I had in common was music, but even then we never agreed on what it should be. He was always more interested in catchy tunes, something you hum a week later. I've been told Roland is like that, but that wasn't my goal. When he called me up and said he liked it, I took it as a sign I was going in the wrong direction musically. That made him laugh, but I'm trying to make art. I don't mind saying any of this because he'd agree. For most of the decade he was a mess, but he's a lot happier now. He started Rafa Tunes. And he's a much better jingle writer than songwriter. One of the benefits of our famous family is a massive company willing to be a client. That's also how my father was connected to Roottrees. All of his old ad campaigns were hung on the walls over the record player, but I was never interested. I just went straight for the music, I guess. Clark was paying more attention. Okay, so your dad... I don't necessarily know which one of which side that would be. Probably here was in advertising. A sexy bot strolled into stream, promising me all these subs for this dusty and quiet of a detective, but I knew she was no good. The bots were always up to no good. All right. So, yeah, so the only things we know that we've got right are anything that's blocked off in yellow. Anything else is still up for grabs. You have to be Clark Rafferty. Which is fine, I think. We know these are all going to be guys. I don't think you tell me who your dad is. Alright, but let's look up Rafa Tunes. A website about Rafa Tunes, Clark Rafferty LaRose advertising firm. On it there's an about page and you find a picture labeled the inspiration for the famous Super Bowl ad campaign. Okay. Below that is more detail. Clark was in the department store getting a family portrait with his wife and children. And when his wife was trying to get his youngest Katrina to come down for the picture, he had the idea for the Roottrees Super Bowl ad. The photo is now in your evidence. Oh, Clark, you did not age well, my man. Is that rude? Alright, so then this has got to be, what was she called? Katrina or something? As occupation, can I just put child? Baby is one. Student, maybe? Alright, so we now have another picture of... Oh, I can only add bonus photos once he's been. Okay, so you're not a musician, you're... advertising? I don't know what K-12, but I'm assuming that's like kindergarten to year 12, which I'm assuming is the age range you would be in. Okay, you just say his wife. Okay, that just takes me back to the same thing. Oh, no, they've all got to be LaRose. Oh, and it's the younger sister of... Diamond. Find the page you want. There we go. And we know that they were linked to Jane, so maybe it's that simple. Although Kim may be the youngest one, and that may be what broke it all down. I don't know. Yeah, one of them's meant to be Kim, just based on the story that we know. I could then make this Jane, although I don't think they were married. Oh, I have no idea which one of these would be who. Alright, are there any more Rafferty LaRue's? Yes, Jessica. So then this has got to be... Alright, nothing there. So then do 5 to 18 years old typically. Gotcha. In an article from 1980, you find a small sector focusing on young upcoming talent. Has this to say about LaRue's. The LaRue sisters got their start doing session work for their great uncle's record label. If you remember any songs from 1965 to feature the voices of kids, they were probably involved. Back then they were credited as the Lucky LaRues. Now that he's passed, they've moved on to bigger and better ventures and are going by their full names. Diamond and Jane have been touring with some other famous faces and are looking to release an album sometime in the next year. Youngest Kim is about to step into a prominent role on Broadway, taking over for one of the children in Oliver. Okay. Jane Delavaccio. Okay, so that's gotta be, that's not. Okay, so that makes it even more likely that that is Kim. I don't think these two were ever married. I don't know. They went out. I don't think they were ever married. It also mentions only contact the agent in the event that you actually wish to hire her, and that any and all inquiries about her past or her sister would be ignored. Well, there's a family that's fallen out. Okay. We do have a picture of you as well. It's going to be you with the braces. You also look like you'd probably be in. Okay, so somewhere along the line we've definitely gone wrong, because I think. Do you know what you were yet? Apparently not. We have more than 3 on the board which haven't been cleared up. Or is it only going to do it for 9? I know, every time you get 3 additional relatives. Alright, so we've definitely gone wrong somewhere. You have to imagine these are correct. I guess I may have put the photos the wrong way around. I honestly don't know which one would be. No, because the younger one was the one who was unruly, which is why we did it that way. I think he's in advertising. His picture may be wrong. What if he's the other one?
You're listening to WRTG.
Oh my god, what a horrible noise.
It's
Don't
time
do
for
that
your
again.
headlines. Once an hour, every hour.
On your
the 40.
Noni cassette.
It's a bizarre development to an already tragic tale. In the wake of the accident that took his life, some of Carl Roottrees' belongings have apparently gone missing. Most notably, a framed
Yeah, they were
photo of
stolen and
Roottree
given to
family
us by this
from the
mystery lady.
1970s that Carl had on his office wall. We interviewed a local psychologist about who would do such a thing and why. For that article, search online for WRTD News. Again, that's WRTD.
Okay, yes, you want me to search for WRTD. I'm not going to do it and I'm going to forget, but I appreciate your efforts. Okay, so we didn't get you right. Okay, we did get those all right though. Okay, that's good. So then you've also got a child with this Jane LaRue as well. Okay, so that means the other picture of you has to be this one. Okay, let's see if we can work out, based on the evidence, which ones would be the couples in this. This game scratches an itch in your brain. Again, I feel like I'd be doing it. So neither of these are Kim. One is Diamond, and the other one is Jane. Let's put you as Jane for now, and we'll put you as Diamond. All right, so let's look up. Oh, I wish you told me more times what you were called, because I've actually forgotten. Okay, there we go. WRT News is your local investigative jazz. Investigative. Sorry. What an interesting idea. During the news segments, they've been talking about the plane crash. The most recent hour, they also talked about pictures taken from Carl's office. It's revealed there wasn't a break-in. Instead, someone with a key to the office took the picture after discovering the pipes burst due to the recent storm. This means it was likely someone close to the family who was aware of the photo's history and wanted to save it. The psychologist, however, also goes on to posit the culprit had an alternate agenda, specifically because nobody in the family has come forward to say they have it in their possession. A comment below the article says, "Don't believe their lies. This is just another instance of the Roottrees curse being a real true thing. I bet you Carl was murdered and the picture had evidence on it." There's a long rambling conspiracy website with very small, very red text on a black background that says that the Roottrees are cursed. It's been very recently updated with the following. With Carl and Brenda and their girls, that makes 5 new deaths. Not only that, but 3 of the 5 presidents of the Roottrees company have died mysteriously. They say Guy's car... Hey, Rogu, welcome. They say Guy's car was hit by a drunk driver in 1982, but nobody was arrested. Then Ernie Madsen Jr. stepped down. Was he poisoned? Now, just this week, Carl died in a plane crash. This cannot be a coincidence. Reading this, has anyone else seen the absolutely batshit crazy? And thank you for the resub as well, Rogu. It's very much appreciated for a nice number of months. About when Mountain Dew releases a new drink, something terrible happens in America. I think it was Mountain Dew. It's a very good conspiracy theory. There's another entry that claims if you connect the dots in the pattern of the 5 pieces wrapper, it creates a Mayan ruby skull, a secret message meant to subliminally scare people away. The post before that has a link to a site that talks about how Earth has 4 corner simultaneous 4-day time cubes. The author of this site seems to agree. An entry from a few months ago claims that the owner of the site received an email from Chris Raff75 asking him to take down his site with faked proof that Ernie Madsen Jr. actually had a heart condition and wasn't poisoned. He only claims that although the proof looks quite credible, he knows that the proof was fake because he's an expert at creating fake evidence. Oh dear. The first entry is from 96 and has a blurry picture of the Roottrees Candy Company factory, seemingly taken by the website's author from behind a fence and through some trees. It seems that Operation RT29 is real. I witnessed a helicopter land on February 29th, 1996. The website further says all images and ideas by Thomas Overwood. Thomas Overwood seems to have a few different sites about mysterious deaths and curses. The truth behind Spirit Cola, which claims that Spirit really stands for Satan's Plague is returning in 2000. And that in the year 2000, anyone who has drunk Spirit Cola will die. Fantastic. Another website is Stock Markets and the Devil's Number, which claims that if you multiply any stock price by 666, then also multiply the current year by that same stock price, then add those 2 numbers together and divide the entire total by the stock price, and finally subtract the current year, you'll always end up with 666. Oh, good on you, Thomas Overwood. All right, you told me about And he was a president. Was he on our list of names? Ernest. Okay, nothing relevant there. You have an uncle that legit thinks like that? Oh dear. Alright, so we've gone through all of the notable root trees. Okay. Let's see what we got here. We know you only had brothers. Clancy, who is her dad, I still find it weird that she refers to him as Clancy, but that's fine. At least I think that is true. Told me that everyone got quite heated. Granddad was furious. That's Elias. With architects, preachers, and lawyers, nobody's got time for candy. So I wonder if Clancy is in fact a lawyer. We know Ernie is the preacher. We don't know who the architect is. Although someone had something to do with buildings. I can't remember who it was. Oh dear. So do we the name is Blizzardgate? I do like a good conspiracy theory. Doesn't mean I believe them, but I do like a good conspiracy theory. The company should stay within. Alright, so they wanted Clancy to take it, but he obviously said no. They ended up going to Zach. We don't know who Zach is, and we don't know what the surname is. He's the firstborn son of the firstborn five-piece. So therefore, the firstborn five-piece has to be a woman. And at one point, we knew all of their names, I feel. Hey, see, that would put Clancy in the middle. And then Miracle. So it'd be somebody beginning with G. So it's probably one of the Gwens. That is a huge, huge jump. But if we say that is true, and then the other, you want me to really redact that for you? Then they probably married somebody called Morden, which would be James Morden, I think. Which then I think makes this Zachariah Morden, who was then the second president. And that puts you on the same line as you, which is correct. So then you've got to be J.S. Roottrees Jr. You're Clancy, and then you're Margot. Okay, so that makes sense based on. We still need to find out a lot more about them, but that does make sense based on the candy names. We suspect you were possibly a lawyer, but I'm still not convinced about that. You are... I haven't stolen your picture yet from the pictures. Okay. I think you... Oh, Zach. And I believe your card is correct. Not sure about yours, and I don't think we've got any others really set up. Right, so can we get another one done? Okay, is there an Angie Marsden? Sorry, Morden. Okay. That all makes sense. Hang on. Were you older than Zach? Yes. Okay, so I put those the wrong way around. Okay. That makes more sense based on what we just read. You never forget the customer's pop news when he told Martha he wouldn't go to us. Martha over the quick-witted. Maybe they wanted to go to the only member's family who looks like he samples the product, which is why I think he's the big fat one. Okay. Okay, then this is obscure relative Sam. Okay, Miracle had 2 boys. Uncle Junior's wedding. That would make sense as well, right? If he's up here. Yep. That's how we know about the first marriage that Clark had. And Carl is on the same level as those. See, that makes sense. Alright, so what can we find out about? Absolutely nothing. Oh wait, no, he's Carl. Oh, who the fuck is Clark? Oh, yeah, Clark is your son. Carl is the one who's got probably was under her other name, which was Rafferty. Out of print, no copies available. Re-released as X marks the spot. I think I preferred Swashbuckle My Heart. Oh dear. You would totally read a steamy novel titled Swashbuckle My Heart. I can't tell if I've got that. Okay, I did have that. Ian. All right. Has Kiki got news for you? Now available via Amazon. This is a version of Lauren Roottrees' diary released in 1975. Unlike the original diary, it contains no pictures, but has many new passages that reflect on her thoughts 10 years later. One major event happened between the releases that changed Lauren's outlook on certain subjects: the death of Elias. A summary of the fallout has been added to your notes, as well as some other select pages. Okay. More evidence. The new diary opens with an explosive incident that happened in the decade between the release and re-release of Lauren's diary. Elias Roottree had died, and during the reading of his will, there was an audible gasp when a certain name was read aloud: Samantha Roottree. Although Sam and her children were not meant to receive monetary inheritance, he had a stipulation that she retain the rights to run the farm and any and all decisions related to it. It was then that the scandalous secrets came out. None of the 5 pieces were surprised, but it was quite a shock to everyone else, including Sam. She had been told her parents died. Apparently, Sam was the illegitimate daughter of Elias Jr. and Patricia Christiansen. Okay, I have nowhere to put that on. On the board. Unless Elias Jr. is all the way down here. Oh, the guardian adoption or otherwise. Patricia, the daughter of a local steel mogul, and Eli Jr. harbored a secret romance at age 16. She became pregnant, and after the birth, her father refused to let her see Eli Jr. ever again. Her baby Samantha was sent to the Roottrees. Elias hid her away with a local farmhound known as EC. Patricia was married off to a much older man and sent away. That was the end of that. Almost. None of the next gens had ever met or heard of Patricia until she unexpectedly reappeared, now going by Patsy. After Patsy's husband died, she reunited with Eli Jr. and they finally married in their 50s. Lauren mentioned the wedding in her first diary without knowing Patsy's history. Eli Jr. had never taken another lover. Lauren, ever the romantic, quite appreciated this. Oh, okay, so... this is going to be Samantha Roottree then, I think. When Patsy and... she was Christiansen, right? Yeah. Elias decided Sam should have been a Roottree in the first place, even though she was not part of the Clancy Trust. He wanted to include her in family affairs. That was what led to Lauren's initial entry entitled Sam. Okay. This is a page of additional notes and context on the 1975. Clearly, I did not know our true family history when I wrote this. I didn't even know Sam was a Roottree. All of my doubts were ill-founded. She's a fine woman. Had she the chance to grow up with us, Sam might have been the sister figure Gwyn never was. That puts her on the right level, right? Yes. Okay. Can you imagine not knowing until you're nearly 40 that the family you've been hanging around is your family? Oh, dear. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her, and her children seem eager to help the family in their own ways. Ernie Jr. has been learning the day-to-day from Zach. Okay, I don't... it's been a long, long time since any real Roottrie was as excited and interested in the actual candy as Ernie. As a bonus, Gwyneth is the green thumb of her mother and her adopted grandfather. This is I know this is written confusingly to confuse, but my lord. What I'm most ashamed of is not figuring it all out myself. Sam's a spitting image of Patsy with her jet black hair and green eyes. She doesn't have to fit glasses. Patsy did, of course, but I guess that skips a generation. Her children have that covered. Okay, so their kids are all bespectacled nerds. It's hard to explain the look on Pop's face when they read that the farm's operation would pass to Samantha Roottrie for as long as she was willing. I got flashbacks to when Zach was made president. Mother reframed it a bit to calm him down. Sam wouldn't receive any candy money after all and was essentially inheriting the right to rule over the peasants for eternity. Oh dear. Pop warned us away from that farm for years. I never met EC in person, but Pop once referred to him a confirmed bachelor, and I suspect that's why he kept us from there. Sam had to grow up in a house with him and his roommate, Mr. Miller. I'm not sure Sam will ever forgive Uncle Junior or Patsy for abandoning her to that life. Okay, why was Ernie suddenly interested in the candy company? So she was in charge of the farm operation? Wouldn't that just make her a farmer? I don't know if you've had any pictures. I meant to have Sam in. Ernie Jr. is in here somewhere, apparently. Oh, wait. This is Elias Jr., not Ernie Jr. All right, who the fuck is Ernie Jr.? He's got to be one of their kids down here, then. Not bloody... She calls him Uncle Jr., not Ernie or Elias Jr. Okay, that's why I was getting confused while reading some of those. This has got to be another picture of Jim Roottrie, right? He looks like someone who has released a folk album. Okay, so that's got to be Elias Jr. then, probably, unless there is someone just called Eli. You wanted Eli to stand all the way to the left. Okay, he looks like Pop, which is interesting. Grandma insisted we include Sam, so we know now Sam is a woman. We know that's... Well, we assume that's Miracle. That's got to be Miracle's son then, you would assume. If that's Zach, that's probably Eli. Jesus Christ. Patsy had black hair, right? All right, so I think that's got to be... Oh, no, sorry, that would have been Patsy. No, that would have been Sam.
So, you may have heard the news. Some of Carl's things have gone missing. That includes the pictures and mail I brought you earlier. I promise I didn't steal it.
Yeah, I believe you, love.
But I did borrow it. I'll return it once we're done. Let me deal with my family in the meantime. Oh, I guess that means I've officially confessed. I'm a root tree.
Yes, I assume so. I don't know why you said it like that.
I assure you I have a reasonable explanation for the secrecy. I'm about to do something big the family doesn't approve of. If you could just wait a little bit longer, I'll tell you more, in person. I'll return after 15 more blood relatives.
I think from now on, that's how we should all tell people how long we're going to be. How long do you think it's going to take you to get to the pub? I think about 3 more blood relatives. It doesn't really mean anything, but I love it as a measure of time. All right, so I'm still not sure, but there's more information we can take from this picture as well, but I don't know what it is. This has been updated. Doesn't really matter. These are Gwyn's children who... One of them went to film school. Ah, that rings a bell. I think we heard something about somebody going to film school. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her. Okay, so Ernie must be the spouse. Great granddad had 27 kids after all. All right, so Elias Jr. looks like Pop. Pop has blonde hair. You'd imagine it's going to be one of these. You want Eli to stand all the way on the left. Since he looked like Pop in the original. Do we have the original? That was Clancy. Oh, unless you're now using Pop to... You've used Pop to describe your grandfather and your dad. In different times in your diary, Lauren. Oh, dear. All right, Eli Jr. is a architect. We knew that, didn't we? No. Oh dear. A bit of a player great granddad was. Alright, hang on. This is just the 5 pieces. So Eli Jr. does have to be in it, and he's got to be that one. Okay, so we now got 2 women missing, which is correct. These 2 here. Would this be in the right order? No, because we've got Clancy over to the side and we've got Eli in the middle, and there's a miracle, so we don't necessarily know who these 2 people are. Okay, that's what we find out about Mr. Morden as well. Okay. one of them married the photographer. Did they never just leave the house and meet strangers? All right. So this is the next generation. So this is going to be one of the... Hang on. Are we talking Eli's? Yes. So there has to be an Eli down here somewhere, and you would imagine it will be from Clancy then in this little network here. So this is just their generation. So I'm going to go. So we know that's Zach. We know that's Sam. And we know that's Miracle. She only had brothers. So you have to imagine these are probably all of her brothers. And Elias Jr. is probably the oldest one. Although I don't know which one he is, whether he's C or whether he's M. They insisted the four of us stand together. So the new have to be... Lauren. An older Lauren. Yeah, I can kind of see that. Okay. Intuition. The numbers in the modifier class refer to how many clues are connected to a specific piece of evidence. The higher the number, the more there is to find. The notables list sets off alarm bells. Okay. It's apparently linked to 11 things. All right, so Carl is... Yeah, Carl is the guy who just died in the plane crash with his daughters. And then Stephanie must be somehow related to the Roottrees, I think. And there's also a note somewhere about someone marrying a black woman, which makes sense. So yes, I think all the blonde ones go here. Oh, was the boarding picture that guy? Can't really remember who that was meant to be. Who didn't grow up looking so good? Oh, it's Clark, wasn't it? Because that's him and his family. Yeah. Alright, see if we can lock those in. Okay, Del Vecchio. Any Del Vecchios on this list? No. Okay, I think that's all it gets me. Is she not called Kim? Alright, nothing for her. Let's start going through this new thing. So that's Ernie. We know one of these is going to be Ernie Jr., but we're not too sure which one. And the other one is Gwyneth. Oh, her adopted grandfather. Hang on. Does that make sense with the tree? No, because that would be here. God, you write your diary confusingly. Reading back at data review, as I write this addendum, Clark's gotten married again. No Roottrees ever been married. Sure, I lost Jacob and Gwen divorced Wild Bill just before she had a second. Not even I can blame her for that. I've seen what he gets up to in Starlet. But neither of us ever took a second husband. With the way the world is moving, I guess it was inevitable someone in this family would remarry. I just wish it wasn't my son. I can only wonder if Clark's apparent disrespect for miscarriage is due to the lack of a real father. I did what I could, and Lord knows Eli C. stepped up and helped. More than I can say for Clancy or Edward. Clancy is your dad. Edward? I have absolutely no idea. Oh, hang on. Your dad was called Clancy Edward. I wonder if that means there's a Clancy and an Edward who might be your brothers. Eli C. practically raised Clark and Jim as brothers whenever he could. Eli's marriage seems fine, and Jim's marriage seems solid as a rock. Pun intended, because she's diamond. So who knows what causes these things. I suspect that he's marrying Jane to keep her from running out on the band. Without her, he'd be the third wheel, and I imagine they wouldn't last long as a trio. But still, I don't think a marriage on such a shaky foundation that can last, and Lord knows I was right last time. I think we'd already worked out. Yes. So he then actually gets married again, so God knows what old Lauren's going to make of that. But with Jane, they do have a child, so we need to try and work that one out. So I wonder if you're then Eli C. Yeah, look, there's a Clancy Roottree Jr. and an Edward Roottree. I wonder if they go there. Possibly not in that order. Don't get me wrong. It says as brothers, not actual brothers, which I think makes sense. They were all married, but you imagine he would Eli C wouldn't be James Nags, and you wouldn't say brothers. Based on what they then say here, I would say Eli would be this guy here. Although you then say his marriage seems fine. So that can't be him there. Because not married. Alright, we may have been right to put him there. Yeah, it's not a companion piece when you addresses feedback. The biggest complaint I got after publishing my diary was how many similar names there are. And I get it, there are 4 Elis for Pete's sake. But that's how it is. Some would say I saw Eli in town. I wouldn't know which one they meant. My brother, my uncle, my cousin. That's why they became Uncle Junior. We know that. Miracle's Eli or Eli C. Eli C is your brother. Okay. Our family's names were always unusual. Grandpa Elias was a believer in using the names of each generation to honour those in the last. His father and Grandma Gwyneth's father were named Edward and Clancy. So now you see where my pop's name came from. Yes, Clancy Edward. Alright, so Elias C is definitely your brother. I don't know which brother he is, but I'm going to say he's this one for now. And then Miracle also had an Eli. And that would be... that would be your cousin, which would be correct. They'd be on this level. So this has got to be the... Elias M then. One thing that's always been consistent in our family though is that anytime someone's a junior, they're always the firstborn son. That goes for Miracle, Eli, or even Clancy. Okay. Now you're telling us some more information. So, the firstborn son is Clancy Jr. Then I'll just put you there for now. With the women, however, it all goes out the window. I think Gwendolyn got a name from some combination of Gwyneth and Caroline. Interesting. I never go back to that. Who was Elias's mother? Women's names tend to get all mixed up as the generation went on. I guess that's because there's no female equivalent of Junior. So if you're reading my diary and confused, you're not alone. Even the government had problems. I remember once receiving certified mail for an Edward Clancy Rootree. I had to break the news. They got my father's name backwards. Apparently this is the first thing she could find that she ever wrote. She knows it was for a school assignment about anger, and she believes based on the teacher's name she must have been in the 3rd grade. She doesn't exactly remember the events spelled out here, but she does remember getting in trouble. I got angry when I met a new girl who I do not like. She was dirty and did not have a pretty dress. Me and Pop walked home in town and she hugged him. When I told her he was my Pop, she pushed me. I got angry and yelled at her, and Pop said to treat her nice. Then she said, "Your Pop is my dad." She screamed it loud in my ear. She was lying to me, and lying is not a nice thing, so I pushed her too. Then I got in trouble. Then Pop took her away. He told me, "Don't worry, I'm glad she is gone." Oh, I don't know which Pop you mean. Whether you mean Pop or Pop. But there's another one coming. Alright. So, what else have I got to look at? Nothing new. Absolutely nothing new. There's nothing for Clancy. Okay, so that's all that is. See if we can find out some information by looking up Oliver on Broadway. Alright, pretty sure we've got all that. That we know. We know that. Oh, did we ever look this book up? I believe we did. An old book about Elias Roottrees. There's no downloadable version available because the book is impossible to find these days. Okay, so that wasn't really useful. Sweet Candy we definitely looked up. Do we ever use that nugget of information? No, so one of these is... Oh no, that must have been you. Ah yeah, so we don't know who your dad was. Maybe I can search on here, can I? No. do. No, don't do that. How did you get that from? Okay, so if you don't find anything, you don't find it in the history. That's probably fine. Do we ever get anything interesting out of the Roottrees curse? We know Ernie Madsen Jr. Do we know about the Madstons? Yes. So one of these here. I forgot what her name was before that. We know someone was adopted. Starlet was a magazine that started with the colorization of film and went until around 1964. Generally, the tabloid would focus on famous actors and actors. It didn't much go into any other aspects of filmmaking or Hollywood news. So that's a new periodical we have? Okay. Oh god, what was he called? Like Red something? God, remembering all these names. Okay. Wild Bill. With stories and gossip about who he's been seen with in public. The first mentions one of his first roles was under his real name, Walter Forsyth. Okay. More clues. More clues. Second is interview, although he doesn't mention her by name, you determine from context he's talking about Gwen Roottrees. An apology to all the ladies, I'm actually taken. Earlier this year I did a friend a favour. He was directing a war movie and asked me to play a small part. When you know it, that son of a bitch cut me from the picture. I'm just ribbing, it wasn't his fault. Apparently the studio didn't want to pay for a star of my calibre. I got the last laugh though. I met someone, she spent most of the film crying. She's playing a soldier's wife. But even through the tears, she was incredible. I know I tend to have a reputation, but this one's true love. I only have eyes for her. Ironically, the photos rumour about his divorce from Gwen was due to multiple affairs, including one with another actress. An American reader on vacation in Paris claims to have overheard Wild Bill and Gwen arguing in public while she was holding a baby and visibly pregnant. Not long after, Gwen announced she was divorcing Wild Bill and also that she was pregnant again, giving this rumour more credibility. Most mentions were around the time of the divorce, the gossip perspective for the tabloid stereotypes. Some of it focuses on the fact that when she announced the divorce, she was also announced she was pregnant again. The power of her name is undeniable. My grandfather constantly preached the importance of family names and honouring them. My father decided to bless me with a famous name. There's nothing wrong with Cornwall, but Roottrees has power. Cornwall, you say? Linus Cornwall? Oh no. But Roottrees is power. My husband similarly goes by Wild Bill. It's an infamous name he repurposed for himself because he didn't have the benefit of being born with a famous one. But Wild, but combined with the alliteration Williams, is incredibly memorable. While they've relocated to Paris, I know your readers love to keep up with my husband, so consider this a style exclusive about both of us. Wild Bill and I have a child on the way, and we're sticking with Roottree for the last name, not Williams. But we also plan to lean into alliteration. That's how we'll honour both of our family names for the next. Okay, so we're looking for an R Roottree who is a male. There are two. Oh dear. And someone called their son Wolf. Do any of the pictures... So we've got this picture here. One of them went to film school. And one of them did not. Oh dear. I swear something else mentioned film school at some point. Do we know what this is again? Let's talk on about someone called Ernie. And Ernie was the 4th president of the company. I think Ernie is somewhere around here. Who? Okay, so that letter was to Carl and Brenda here. Okay, somebody called Nicole. It's got to be the kids. You're Debbie. Okay, so that's Nicole is probably down here somewhere. So I'm just assuming that Ernie is probably the dad. Because Cole took over, and that would make sense, right? I'd put Ernie there and Cole there. Well, that would make more. Because you're not a root tree. So it must have gone to Ernie Jr. somewhere down here. Okay. So that's got to be Deborah Bean. Give me more information, goddammit. What do I know about any of these? Why would I click to pictures? I have. All right, that is the top player. Well, apart from their spouse is done. Now you said something about first names. So, is there like, isn't the one I can search, is it? All right, Lauren Roottrees we know is you. Is there another Lauren? There's a Laura Carlson. Who we know nothing about. All right, let's read more of your diary pages because they seem to have the most information. All right, we know who Sam is. Do. We know about Patsy. We were right about Patsy as well, right? Yes. All right. Yeah, we know about that. We know about Ernie. Ernie got locked in as well. Yeah, we know about Ernie. Okay, so they definitely have a kid called Ernie Jr. who would be the firstborn son, but I think that other kid is a woman. Yeah. Oh, I know adopted. Oh, adopted grandfather. Guess that kind of makes sense. Yeah, only one of them can actually be... Oh, wait, I'm going too far down. This may be what I'm missing. Okay. Can't do that yet. We know that all of Sam's children wear glasses. And she had two. My God, those are very... Is this from the 70s? These are very 70s glasses. Look at these. And then I think you became the 4th president. Which, I mean, this was Deborah Bean, and then this is Nicole? Okay, I think these go the other way around, purely because I think I have a picture of Deborah Bean and it doesn't go there. So I think Gwyneth is the older one. No idea. So it's Madston, isn't it? Something not right about that. And if it's anything, it's probably your... One of them was a gardener. Or possibly a farmer. Ah, Jesus. All right. So that fills that in. I still don't know who your other brother is, although I'm sure I meant to. I also feel like Elias is probably the youngest. And that this would be, what were you called, Clancy Edward? These are your sons. He's got to be the older one. He's got to be the younger one. You, I'm going to guess, are in college, and you're in... something like that. Well, you're a preacher at the same age and you're a musician, so I'd imagine you've probably both got jobs. You went to film school, so maybe you're a director. And I have no idea which way the brown these names are meant to go. Alright. Right, so Bonnie is here. That's Eli M. I don't... You look like Miracles. Do we have... Alright, we definitely made some mistakes here. I'm going mechanic purely based on the outfit. Right now. Starlet didn't last that long, did it? Okay. Okay, so Guy Hudson was also a pro. Who the fuck is Guy Hudson? Fancy Flavors was an addition to the 5-piece product line for less than a year in 1979. It was Guy Hudson's first and historically most cited move as president of Roottrees. In an attempt to cater more towards what he thought the average person wanted, Guy looked at his own wealth, which was often a source of envy for others, and decided to tap into the idea that if they added fancy flavors to 5 pieces, anyone could live like the wealthy. This philosophy led to flavor in 5 pieces that was meant to mimic caviar. 5 pieces sold less that year than it had any other year except in some foreign markets. It's very quickly announced that caviar was meant to be a limited flavor and would go back to normal as soon as possible. Okay, who the fuck is Guy Hudson? I'm assuming the Hudsons are on my list of names. Okay, we've got Bonnie Hudson. There's Guy Hudson. When we will have AI candy. Do I have any other women off? Okay, you may have married a Hudson. Oh dear. That could make you the third president. No, you'd have to be down here for that to make sense. There's got to be blood. There's a Christopher Hudson. It's getting in the way of certain clues and stuff, so I just turned it off. All right, so you have to be in this picture. We know Gwen's not there, and there's only you left. God, we must have got so many things wrong. What if Elias M should go down here? No, because he's Miracles Elias. So then you have to be... I don't have another picture of Spectacle Man. Okay, so who the fuck are you? Work is sucking today, so lurking in. Hey, cheers for the lurk, LP, and hope your day gets better. Because yes, we know that's Sam. We gathered on the warehouse floor. I wanted Eli to stand all the way to the left. So that's got to be Eli, and then this has got to be the rest of the brothers in age order. Although I don't think Eli was the oldest, so it's got to be the one. Oh, they're both wearing suits. I probably said you were the oldest, so then that'd make Eli the little baby one. No, I don't know if I agree with that at all. And then who the man with spectacles is, I do not know. That picture we're completely done with. This picture we're completely done with. This one we are, although we don't know the names. Did I put the pictures the wrong way around? No, older and youngest, that makes sense. Got to start working up from these Joneses, I think, at some point. Was it you who said okay, she always refers to Pop as he was the head lawyer. We know that, right? Yes. So when you refer to the other Clancy, you have to be referring to your brother. We know about Aunt Margot. Starlet we've picked up on now. Harrison later mentioned a few passages here or there, but nothing seems relevant. Okay. She is the first Roottrees woman to be anything other than a housewife, and I am jealous. Which means anyone on this line, including you, may not be a housewife. Okay. We know Zach got it. You're not sure, even sure Clancy would have wanted it, so that's your brother. So we know Zach is a little bit overweight. Trim the branches. There's Uncle Junior marrying Patsy. We missed that first time round. These farmhands are interesting. EC and John. Eli, Miracle's youngest, not my brother. We know about him. Even chimed in when he's riding his mini bike alongside the farm a few weeks ago and taught him how to make engines go faster. So yeah, the fact that he's a mechanic does make sense. So I think you are correct. These I'm really not sure on. We know Mary Danielle. So does that make Clancy Jr. Carl's father? Yes. So again, I'm pretty sure that, apart from possibly the picture, is also correct. And I don't think I know what your job is either, honestly. And the most rebellious thing any of us ever did was bring home someone who would be illegal to marry if we lived anywhere south of Pennsylvania. So that was Edward. Who at the moment I think is in the middle. Which then would not make any sense that you were... Maybe Elias C is. James's father, but that made so little sense. Zach's not bad president. We know about Zach. And his sister seems to be doing a good job raising her twins. Do we know about that? So you have twins, eh? Interesting. We locked in your... Yeah, we locked in quite a lot of your family tree, honestly. So did we get Ernie Jr. as... Yeah, Ernie Jr. as the fourth president is correct. And then Cole took on as fifth. Yeah, okay. Do. Okay, those are the two parents. Okay. Carl's getting married again, which we know about. Yeah, Eli C. Oh, okay, so Eli C is Jim's father. Eli's married, Jean's fine. Hey, Uncle Junior we know about. Okay, and that was to give us that last clue there. Okay. Right, so me and Pop brought home. And I told her my Pop. She pushed me. I got angry and yelled at her, and Pop said to treat her nice. Then she said, "Your Pop is my dad." So there could be a secret love child here. I have no idea who Lauren's mother was. All right, nothing is popping. So I've got more than 3 things on the board that I think are possibly right. None of them are popping, so clearly I am wrong. So is there a Hudson over on the female side as well? Yes, there's a Bonnie Hudson. So Guy and Bonnie may be the twins. It's a fucking leap. And they are in this picture? No. This picture? Alright, who here looks like they could be twins who I haven't already possibly identified? Okay, so you are... Oh my... Okay, it's going to be the Gingers. These have got to be the Hudsons here then. And Bonnie is pregnant, so Bonnie's definitely had kids. And then you were the third okay. Well, we'll know which ones we got right here, which ones are wrong. What were you saying about Bonnie? Okay, we knew Eddie Jr. was a. He seems to directly precede Carl Rootree. One even says that he was Carl's mentor. Which we knew about. So we're wrong here, but I think that's mostly got to do because I haven't got a fucking clue. Could also be that the pictures are wrong. Somewhere said that he was taking over from. Okay, Edward is set to take over his department once he retires. So Edward is the lawyer. Okay, and then we have the thing I've taken the least amount of clues out of. Okay, and you're called CM. Don't have a CM right now. Right, so it could be Caroline Morden, who I don't think we know anything about. In fact, yeah, based on the names. Let's say that's. But there's so many more Joneses. All right. Must have quite a few Stephanies. Stephanie Jones, a candidate for City Council, won a campaign on election day. You find no mention of the Roottrees in any articles about her. Stephanie also has a very bare bones website for a campaign. There's simply a picture of a campaign mailer, and underneath it says, "Be sure to read the full article in the Butler County Times." Butler County is located outside of Pittsburgh, while the Roottrie County Company now has its headquarters in the city. The company began a small farm. Yeah. There are likely articles from years involving the Roottrie family. As a side note, a video game called The Roottrees Are Dead was once set in Butler County, and it turns out the creator never lived in or near Butler County, or even had any connection to... Oh, dear. Are you talking about this game? Not to be confused with a similar game called The Flutenies of Bread. Yes. Okay. I appreciate it. All right. I forgot to spell Stephanie. There's a small report detailing the election results in last month's election. Stephanie apparently won her election. You also find the full version of the newspaper clipping on the back of the campaign mailer. While Mito is on the point, you do find the following. Stephanie Jones born Stephanie Landon until her marriage to local business owner Brian Jones. Stephanie grew up in a home without a father. With my mother and a partner, I essentially had a tiny female influence. Though she's a distant cousin of the Roottrees, her mother Caroline, a local artist who has appeared on the front page of the Butler County Times in the past, okay, so we need to look her up, has often come out opposed to the corporation's policies regarding deforestation of indigenous trees to expand the maple farms. Unlike my mother, I'm not a fighter. I want to bring love to the world. Right, so you'd be Caroline Roottree or Caroline Landon? I may have spelled Caroline wrong. No. It says she's appeared, but there's nothing here. So she's got to be CM. Although why should be born Landon? Right, so this is Stephanie Landon. We do have a Caroline Morden. Here's much about Caroline as a person. This is mostly a listing of art in Butler County. She seems to get top billing. Accompanying the story is an image of Caroline standing beside a large metal sculpture of a mermaid. It is captioned Caroline standing next to a sculpture Atlantis. The sculpture is one of many works featured in an upcoming book of self-portrait art and the beauty of women. Okay, we have to look that up. According to a quote from Down, Atlantis' burden is meant to symbolise a society split by indecision over whether women should be equals or something to protect. The picture on the front page has been added to your evidence. Oh, did they not actually copy it? All right. That is not your name. There we go. Most black and white pictures, Caroline's art. The centerpieces whose full-color nude self-portraits at different ages, stretching from 25 to 30. They certainly have not been added to your evidence. In the intro, Caroline talks about influences. She was one of the youngest in her generation, and in her late teens, she felt betrayed when her sister Gwendolyn and cousin Bonnie gave up on dreams to settle for boring men. She especially disliked her brother-in-law, Dr. Wilson, who she calls completely bogus. Jesus Christ. Their marriages led her to double down on her passions, art and the environment. She even married a man who was the opposite of boring, which was an overcorrection. She comes out strongly against the Roottrees company's effect on the local environment and rues how she was not able to convince her father, Zach, to make changes to policy. She also explains that her marriage to Mark led to the most volatile moments in her life, and that the only good thing he ever gave her was a daughter. Leaving all behind for good, has pushed her to pursue her true love's art and beauty of women. Okay. So she is related to old Zack Attack. She's the youngest. And she is an artist. Your husband was Mark, and your sister was called Gwendolyn. You tell us who your mother was. Cousin Bonnie we already know about, right? Yeah, she's over here. And she may just be a housewife. I don't know. Okay, her brother-in-law is Dr. Wilson. Okay, none of them were given the title doctor there, but that's fine. We need to look into the Wilsons. And that's obviously going to be the other Wilsons. And her husband is called Mark. Mark Landon, which makes sense. So this has got to be... Oh no, wait, Mark gave you the... Yeah, that goes down there. Mark gave you the child. So this is... Who is a politician? Why is a picture not there? Oh, it is. It's her. Okay. We're over halfway now. Oh, we were already. We've only got 20 left. Okay, that we have no idea. And you married somebody called Jones. Just see if there's an Eloise anywhere. Oh, all the other... Like, go to the right place. There we go. Okay, so that's gotta be Brian Jones. Alright, that definitely filled in some blanks. There. And then I got the piano menacingly played at me, eh? I see how it is. Alright. We still don't know enough about him. I forgot. Okay, nothing really relevant in there. Don't believe I have any idea what you look like. Who are you? Oh wait, aren't you Diamond? That's from the cover. Yeah, that's got to be Diamond. Okay. So we've identified almost everyone in this. We don't know who she is, he is, she is, she is, or he. I say almost everyone. I think we've done about half and half. Oh, we still haven't identified you correctly. So were you not... Oh, I never put you in. I thought you were a picture of this guy. Surely a director would be installed. Apparently not. That's not what I'm looking for. I have no idea if that's correct, but that would make a certain amount of sense to me. God, we need to get this section of the family sorted out, I think. Alright, is there anyone left in the... Yes, so we still haven't And we have no idea who this bespectacled gentleman is. I still think just based on age, these two should probably be swapped around. You being a lawyer, I'm pretty sure is correct. I have no idea what you two are doing. No idea whatsoever. You do find one of mentioning legal troubles. They planted. Milk around here arrived, but yeah, we know this. We already know about that. All right. We know who all of those are, right? Oh, they weren't confirmed, so that probably means we got them the wrong way around. Oh, wait, no. I know who you are. It makes sense. You're the blonde one. And then you go. Jane, and then they might get. No idea who your children are. Would you have been in that picture? No, that picture was this generation. But you would have been in the... No, you would have been in that picture. Yes, Gwen FM is here. Gwendolyn is here. You'd imagine that would be... Alright, so I think that's got to be you in the hat. Or possibly you. No, you think unknown male because I put unknown male there? Yes, okay. That is quite a guess on my part. Alright, so we know Bonnie is there. That was Bonnie. That was Guy Hudson. I honestly can't remember who you are. Okay, you're Gwen FM. so Bonnie and Guy Hudson, we've done. Ernie Jr. No, wait, you're Eli M. I think you're Miracle Jr. You have to be Ernie Jr. Ernie Jr. is... God, where the fuck is Ernie Jr.? Ernie Jr. was all the way up here, wasn't he? Oh no, that was Elias Jr. Ernie as a family name comes... Oh, fucking hell. Where did the Ernies come in? Here we go. No, we already know Ernie Jr. Okay. Caroline... We don't know yet. Because you're going to... I'm doing the same things. So yeah, we only of the women we only know Bonnie and Gwen FM. So one of these is a Caroline. Guy in the middle's got to be a young Carl, right? I think we've already put that in. Yeah. Okay, so one of them is a young... Oh, no, that's got to be you, right? With the hat. That's got to be young Caroline there. Which would mean you are probably Gwendolyn. I'll take a stab at housewife just to see if it works. Where are you? Where are you? I mean, really, you became head of the biggest company in the Butler County area. There's nothing in you in the in business. What? I doubt you'll be in Starlight. That would make a lot of sense. Alright, know nothing about Wolf. Okay, so where else do people... So I think that's all the named people. Yes, yes. Yes, 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 yes. Ah, one of these is Jim. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So I think the only one we don't have a name for is you. You look more like a Jim. Who the fuck are you? make sense that you're the spouse. You should be on this line, though. Oh, you could be Clark. Although, why you suddenly wear glasses? No, wait, that's the wrong picture. Oh, I could see this going either way, actually. I could see you being Clark and you being Jim. Who's more likely to have that wonderful, luscious, long hair? That's the real question. All right. We're definitely running out of clues. Or at least clues that I understand. I need to work out. So we know that's. I don't know who this guy with the glasses is meant to be. Four of them standing together makes sense. Unless this is your other brother. Oh, and then that could be Eli's son. That would make more sense. So then I think that would make Clancy look like that. That would make you Elias. And then that would make you Edward. And then that would make you I'd put you all the way down there as a child. That would make sense. Although I don't know why you'd be next to him rather than by him, but we already know that is the preacher man. Oh dear. It's a toss up between white guy A and B. It really is. Oh, I wonder if that's you, actually. That's a young you, because that's him. I actually wonder if that is a young you. Oh, no, because I think you're in the fucking picture. That can't be a young you. That's the same goddamn picture, right? No, it's not. So that could definitely be a young you. All right. What else has got any information on? There's apparently 5 clues left here. CM is Caroline over here, which makes sense. Unconventional family makes me think that possibly Eloise being the second spouse makes sense. It taught us about the Butler County Times. That all fits together. I do not know much about you. But your husband was a Dr. Wilson. Dr. Stephen Wilson does not have a practice in Butler County. It seems he operates out of Warrendale, which is somewhere between Butler County and Pittsburgh. He doesn't advertise cases in Butler. Okay, so we believe your husband then is Stephen Wilson. We possibly have a picture of you. Don't know. Dr. Stephen Wilson is a pediatrician who practices north of Pittsburgh. Although there are a lot of Stephen Wilsons and Dr. Wilsons, this one apparently found a way to gain the search results as he pops to the top every time. His website claims that he is the pediatrician to the stars. The only evidence of this is he apparently was the doctor to the Roottrees sisters. There's a picture of him as a website as well as a picture of his 3 children. The 3 of them look as though the photographer was holding them hostage. Okay, I'm looking forward to seeing this photo now. Regardless, the photos have been added to the evidence. There's also a quote that, although credited to his child Jason, you suspect might not be written by a 10-year-old. My dad is the best dad in the entire world, and he treats every patient with world-class care. He would treat your children like he would me, my big brother, or my sister. Oh, you look like a douche. Oh dear. All right, so then we have the kids. We know the littlest one is called Jason. And he is going to be... I love games like this. I really do. Oh god, it's past 5 already. Shit. I do have stuff for tea in the fridge. Yeah, I walked to the shop earlier this morning. Okay, we did get Eloise right as well. We'll go for a little bit longer. Hopefully you're enjoying this on stream as well. But yeah, this is a fun little game. Oh, we get more evidence.
On the phone, I said I owed you an explanation. But I can't reveal everything. Not yet. I'm sure this all seems like deception for deception's sake. So I'll try to explain why. It's true, I'm working with lawyers. But not the candy company lawyers. My publisher's lawyers.
Dun dun dun.
I'm on the verge of releasing a book. And it's not kind to the Roottrees. Especially Elias and the 5 Pieces. The truth often isn't.
Does anybody in chat come from a family where you've labelled the generations?
But with the plane crash, the publisher is rightfully worried it'll look like I'm making things up to exploit a tragedy. So they're doing their due diligence. That's why you're here. To be sure there's enough evidence for an expert to unearth the whole story. If I tell you the whole story now, we can't prove that. I hope you understand. That said, I can say that the work you're doing is very personal to me.
Does those jackasses count? Wait, you mean isn't common? I mean, you are a Lord LP, so I guess you're probably more used to it.
To my story, one spot on the tree is more important than the rest. You've likely noticed it. It's locked for now. I'll return one final time, after you fill it in.
You say Granddad had too many kids?
Also, there are fewer Roottrees left. In a sense, that makes it easier. Use process of elimination. It's also harder to verify when you're right. You'll need 4 blood relatives before they lock from here on out. I don't have any more evidence for you, but trust your intuition. If something has a high number, it's not a mistake. You're getting closer and closer to the truth. I look forward to seeing you soon.
Alright, what evidence did you give me? Oh, none? disappointed. All right, so I'm just going to say that based on the images, you're probably the eldest and put you in the middle. You've got to be a college student. I think you might be older. I'm honestly not sure. You're also a Wilson. You have to be Zach Wilson, which means you're Jem Wilson. And if you're younger, then you've got to be a student. No idea if that is correct. Let's do a little search for... I was wondering if maybe his graduation thing would be in the paper. All right, so who else have we got left? I have no idea about Bonnie Hudson or who she married. There's still a lot of holes in this family tree. Oh dear. It's not only a difficulty increase, I think they're getting to the point where they kind of want you to try and mix and match, to try and force things through. And yeah, so making it so you have to get 4 right just makes that harder by itself as well. That may be right. Alright, so we know who you are. That's going to be the same photo, so you need to worry about it. We know who you are. We know who you 3 are. That's how it all started. We know who you... Wait a second. I never put you down there. All right. We don't know who you are, although we've got the mother right. We know they're your 2 kids, but we don't know what they're called or what they do. We got you. We got all of you. You're the 5 pieces. We've got all of you apart from you, but we think we know who you are. Although I don't have a name. Oh, we got one of you right. That'd be Edward, right? Yes, so that makes sense. I think those pictures are correct. We just have to get the jobs correct, and I have no idea what they are. Ah, one of them was in the military. That might be you. Am I just randomly guessing now? Yes. Yes, I am. That makes sense, because you made him go into the academy. Ah, you said the academy. That doesn't necessarily mean military, but... let's say it does. So I think those 2 will pop once we know the rest of them. We know who this family is. We know where they're going to go, but we need something to pop. Oh, which live sim game are you playing now? We finally got all of those. we've got those two. We got you. And we got you. Okay, so I think all the pictures we have are used and lined up. So that's great. Dear. Oh, I saw The Girl Who Steals Time. I didn't see what it was about. I do remember seeing it, though. We got Eloise right. So I think we've worked out everything to do about her. We're definitely missing something. We know we did that. You mentioned Paris a few times. I can't see me just looking up Paris. It's going to get me anything. Alright, you're... Is that even your name? No. Is that even your name? Wait, you were in Starlet? I forgot this. What was he like? Big Bill? No. There's a particular article I'm looking for. Apparently, you're going to be very specific with your capital letters. Okay. Yeah, so you plan to lean into the alliteration, which is where I got that they must be. Search for Ronald. definitely some names here I do not know. We looked for Jem Wilson, didn't we? We already know that we all right. We the Jason, yeah. Don't know if these should be the other way around. All right. Did we miss something in? You've still got a 5. Did we ever search for MMM and get the... Yes, we got the music magazine, didn't we? Yeah, Modern Music Monthly. Oh dear. All right. So the fact he's at film school has got to be important. One of there is okay. What if I look for? No. Okay, there's no film school Paris. Oh dear. Why just roll your weight and your sprain wrist? That's not a good idea. The first one's on the 3DS and it was amazing. So I had to get the second one and you're hooked. Oh dear. Alright, nothing hugely interesting there. In one of your passages, you talk about one of them wanted to be a dancer. Yeah, that's because Pop forced Clancy to send him to the academy. That makes sense, right? Pop forced Clancy to them. Him being in the military would make... I think I've got anyone in this. Artist, advertising president, musician. It could be the dancer. All right, what if I just swap these around again? Nope. What if you're a director? Nope. Oh, god damn. Let's talk about Sam. Eli becoming the mechanic. Ah, surely if you were a mechanic, you'd be in the... Nope. No one is advertising in the Butler County Times as a mechanic. All right. Do we know who your mother is yet? We do not. Who the fuck did you marry? And who the hell are you? Do we have another LaRoe that we don't know about? What about a Rafferty? Oh, we got Chris Rafferty. What was that? We may never know. I'm surprised someone who went to film school to be a director or thing isn't in Starlet, unless Starlet went out of business too early for that. But then I'm also a little bit worried about how because if I took yeah, see, it doesn't actually work when you search it that way around, apparently. Oh, I know you're in here because I found you in here. I maybe, wow. GWYNN? Oh yeah, I did. I transposed this. It doesn't change the fact if I look it up by doing that, you don't find anything, which seems odd. What's another illustrated one? Ronald. All right, I don't honestly know where else to look to find this. This I don't think matters until right at the end. That we've already worked out. EC, don't know. We know about Ernie Jr. We know she was the farmer. Talk about your mother, but I still have no idea who that is. Right, so EC and Mr. Miller are clearly a couple. Yeah, Clark's getting married again. Jim's brothers, which means Eli C is. No, I did not mean to do that. Oh dear. All right. I have no idea who you would be. Ah, dear. Didn't gasp when they were roommates, I know, right? Right, so we still don't know anything really about these two. Is it Elias? Nothing in there. Yeah, we know about that. We know about that. Oh dear. Alright, I think we've run out of easy clues to follow, unfortunately. We know that. I think we've used all of those. Yes, you should. Yep. Yeah, I think that's probably about as good a time as any to call it chat. I think we've run out of obvious clues to follow. So we'll see if we can make a few more brain connections. Maybe tomorrow. I don't know if we'll play this more tomorrow. I don't know. We'll definitely play this again. I've enjoyed this. But yeah, I need to stop and grab some food and do all the other stuff that you got to do. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, and I will see you all when I see you all. Bye for now, everybody.